I'm Nikita, and I would like to show you how to make a simple garbage sorting game in JavaScript. This game will be quite simple, although we will use advanced things from the JavaScript ecosystem. We will use a lot of NPM libraries and some client-side JavaScript libraries. And we will go through each step and implement the full simple thing that we have here. So I myself have 8 years of experience. I work different companies, and just recently, like in last 2 years, I've released 2 console titles. Well, I mean, I was a part of a team who released it. My main field of work is Unity, although I took interest in JavaScript a couple of years ago and start to experiment with it a lot. And I consider myself very proficient with it now. I use no game engines for that. I only use libraries and the scripting tooling for that. And I do my pet projects that way. And I like to share that with you. So stay tuned. Session 1.2, assets, the pipeline of the assets, and let me real quick say that this is session 1.1. Everything is in here. Don't do code analysis, please. Please just do what I say. In this session, we will do the asset preparation tasks and the pipeline of loading it in the game, and pick some assets that are available online. So to process assets, we will go through the asset directory, which we don't have, and we will create one. So let's go to OpenGameArt and find some images of garbage something. Well, let's go with the banana shell or something like that. Not sure how it's called. Peel, right, the banana peel. Well, cartoon. Yeah, looks fine. Simple. Banana peel pixel art. Wow. There is like the whole character of based on banana peel. That is nice. Actually, that is nice. Transparent. I guess it's like, oh, this one looks okay-ish, but I don't know. Let's find like some bottle. Yes, glass, and glass bottle. Interesting. So let's try to find bottle here. That is some ugly bottles. Actually. Alright. So, I don't know. Let's try to find something on Unity Asset Store. Okay, so So 2D. Let's say banana. Well, let's just go with garbage. And let's see what do we have. Not a lot. Alright. So what about bananas? Banana. Banana. Apparently, not a lot of people would make games about garbage, I guess. Because it just, I don't know. Okay, so this is a glass bottle. Like, yeah, this is a glass bottle. Okay, let's save this image. Garbage sorting. I prefer to make like the art folder with the source. So glass bottle save, please. Let's go with so since we go in realistic, all right. Banana peel. Right, and what? How it? Crumpled paper. Royalty-free crumpled paper. Texture, background, watercolor. I need it with a transparent background. obviously. This one looks nice. This looks nice. This looks fine. Web P? What is that? What is Web P? What? Alright, so we have several images, and we'll also need beans. I'm not an expert of how the okay, so that's recycle, right? Yeah, recyclable paper only. All right. Paper, glass, plastic, metal. Oh, we will need like a bin with different different icons on top of it. Alright, well, let's go to our art and modify it a little. So the banana seems fine as it is, so I will just copy paste it. But the glass bottle is seems kind of huge. So let's edit it a little. So can I open with Google Chrome? Okay, so I apparently cannot use that. I don't know what WebP is. What is it about? Save. Oh, save like to a bookmark. PNG. Okay. So WebP. What? It's clearly like a PNG image. No. No. Cannot say that. WebP. Alright, I guess I cannot save that one. Yeah, picking assets can be quite tedious sometimes, I guess. Oh, alright. I guess I'll have to wait when it's available everywhere. So we have this like shadow underneath it, which we don't actually need. Let's try to cut it out. Oh wow, that's okay. Image. So I will. Oh wow, that is really neat functionality this GIMP has. I didn't know you could do that so easily. All right, so I just cut it out, crop to selection, and we will scale image to be like smaller, and we will export it to paper .png. All right, and glass bottle image, scale image to be something like similar. Assets, bottle, although a glass bottle of this kind could be easily used in any household, you know. At least could be. So now we have 3 assets, and let's do the processing here. Now to process, I have a task ready here actually. Now we will go through, so we will need to require gulp, of course, and we'll have like a graphics digest, and so assets, graphics, here we'll have SFX, which will be empty for now. We will do that later. Now we'll change the directory to assets, and go through each directory, and if it's still a directory, we will go even deeper recursively, but if it's a file, we will strip its path specifically. So this one we don't need. So this is this code will branch into managing specifically SFX and specifically graphics part of the assets. So we will get the relative path, replace all the slashes with underscores, and replace the graphics part of the path, like wipe it completely, and save it to the digest. So we will have a graphics part of the digest and SFX part of the digest, and that should work fine, I think. So let's go and say gulp process assets, see how it works. We will have a digest, and now we have an alias and a path, and I think I want to replace like the .png from the file. I wonder why it is like that with the empty space. so I don't want extensions in the aliases. All right, so apparently this doesn't work for some reason, because because the regular expression should not be enclosed in quotes. So I will have these aliases for the textures from assets, and in the index we will actually load those assets. So here we will do everything after all the content will be loaded, and we will have resources helper that will do stuff for us, and in that we will use heavily the pixel loader, and basically just use it to load everything and to conveniently get everything that is loaded afterwards. Now, the main thing will be a pixel loader. Resources, and this is the path to the actual loaded things. Now, and the API will be like that. We'll have the debug or raw accessor. We will have the add for loading, which will just do the loader add, the same as we have here, and return. And return self. I like to inline stuff. So load. Load will return promise. Let me check really quick if I'm using it right. Yep. No, we will not use reject, but rather resolve. So I will say loader load and we will resolve with resources actually. So when everything is loaded, we will return resources here that has been loaded. But I don't think we need that. So basically should use something like this. So load it, and when everything is completed, we need just to call resolve. Right, so then as resource we can check if the resources contains something that we need. Now we will have the get texture by alias. So if has resource alias, we will return resources alias dot texture, right? And if not, we will say that texture was replaced by default texture, just in case. Pixie has a default texture, which is pretty good stuff to have. And beside the texture, we will have an SFX. So we will say something like play SFX by alias. And volume, and we'll see if we have that resource. We will play, or else we will just say that there is no SFX by name alias. But if we do have that, we will say that we will get the sound itself. Resources alias sound. We will set the volume, which we default to something like this, so it can be like not a very loud one. We will sound play. Yeah, we will just play it, and I think that is all the resources boilerplate that we will need for that project. So in index, we can now just create it. And make it available via the window property, so we can just ask it globally wherever we are sitting now. We can ask for resources. Now, what is it now? We will load digest. Which we know where it is, and we will load it, and then so since the load returns a promise, we will load it, and then we'll say digest loaded, and then we will get the digest. We also need to have like a JSON. So get texture get JSON. So by alias, so if we have the resource, we'll return the data of the JSON, or we will say that there is no document, no JSON document by name alias, right? And in here we will get the descriptor, get JSON digest, and we will say that digest graphics for each of the graphics entry. We will add that to resources, right? And for every SFX in digest, we will add that to resources. Right? And then we will do resources, load, and then we'll say that resources loaded. Let's see. So then this, let's do that. Okay, so resources is not defined. All right. That's interesting. All right. That is not. All right. So digest loaded, resources loaded. So let's check what do we have inside our resources dictionary. We have this resources raw accessor. We have banana peel, a bottle, a digest of course, and a paper. Alright, so everything that we want, we have here. Now, alright, so we have like enough time. I think since the loading boilerplate is like done, the processing and everything else, I think we can like pick some assets for a little bit, since I haven't pre-picked it. And let's see, so we have three types of garbage, which I believe should be sorted. So this is like a food litter. This one should be recycled glass, and this one should be recycled paper. So let's go and check types of how garbage sorted. How is garbage sorted? Waste sorting. All right. Waste segregation. That is quite a funny thing to say, I would think. Okay, so paper, cardboard, glass, plastics, textiles, wood, scrap metal, compost, organic matter. All right. So we will have like organic paper and and glass, right? I think 3 like types is enough. We can try to have like another an image of a bin that is it is nice. And that is like 2D, and add something. Yeah, something like that, but like more 2D, and so we can tint it and add something on top of it. Something like that. Okay, so or like that. Looks fine. I don't know, they all seem to be like in a perspective. Paper, glass, plastic, metal. Interesting. Let's go to my personal favorite, Icons 8, and see what kind of recycle bins do they have. Clear bin. Well, that's actually a nice one. I think we would want. Let me log in to my account really quick. Just a moment. Why can't I go to my account? It doesn't seem to work properly. Oh, this one is nice. This one is nice. And it's big enough. Let's see if we can set that. JPEG. Alright, we can work with that. External editor. Oh, fine. Alright, so cycle bin paper. So for paper, well, right, let's do it blue. Let's make it blue. Oh, can I paint over it with some blue? Yep. Assets. Or better yet, we can just do it white and tint it just for kicks. Let's do it white. let's make it white and export it as PNG. PNG, please. Let's call it bin. Export image as JPEG. Wait. What? RGB grayscale. So file export as PNG image. Can you do that, please? Yep, you can do that. Thank you, thank you. And just in case, we will do the yep, we will do the like text on top of it. So let's process assets again, and let's see how are we doing. Yep, we have bin, bottle, digest, paper, and so on. All right. So that is the base assets that we have. Maybe we need to have like some background picture. Let's pick like a street. Yep, something like that. Empty Street by Alexei Kutinin. Well, I should say it's pretty nice street, although a little depressing since it's black and white. This one is fine. American flag. I like how Americans just hang the flags everywhere. Just, I don't know, somewhat nice. I found that. Telephone booths. Empty streets. Alright, this one seems fine. Just a regular like street in the megapolis. So let's save that image. Okay. And I will open it in GIMP. Okay, so red, green, and blue. Mode grayscale or RGB. No. Can I have like the alpha channel? No. All right. Well, let's scale it to be like a little too fast. something like this. This is a much better size to be loaded, so we will export that as a background PNG. Export as PNG. Thank you. Wait, why is it JPEG? Export as PNG. Replace. Can I just have that as a PNG? Replace. It is still a JPEG image. What? What the hell? Wait. It's what? Oh wait. I'm looking. It's empty. I don't understand. Maybe I can convert that with my ImageMagick. Convert to PNG. All right. So, yep, I think we have all we need in the asset part. So let's save this up and add it. What do I have here? Okay, everything that I need. Session 1.2. And yeah, so that was the load pipeline, picking some assets and picking some specifically visual assets. In the next session we will handpick some audio assets just to make it a little more bright, and see you in the next part. Session 1.3, in which we will pick the SFX and a web font and integrate it into the loading pipeline. And I will use the same essential retro video game sound effects collection that I used recently, and it's a pretty great small pack. Well, I think we will need something like, so there will be like garbage falling from the sky, and we will have 3 bins to catch it with, and we will have different effects on hitting the right beam, hitting the wrong beam, and disappearing like from the bottom, right? So we'll have positive sounds through the desktop audio. Alright, that's kind of loud. I guess it's I hope it's not that loud on your side. Power up, power up, power up. Okay, this one looks fine. Let's call it correct beam. Correct beam. Right now, the negative sounds. Damage error. Okay, so this one wrong beam, bing. That is not what I was intended to say. Wrong beam. This one is fine for the mist, right? And so I think that should be enough. I guess like three simple sounds. And now we need to convert that to MP3. So we'll use once again FFmpeg WAV to MP3. So I wonder if I can wait, what? I don't want to overwrite anything. Okay, so correct bin WAV to correct bin MP3. Right, so now I want mist. To and a wrong beam to wrong beam MP3. All right, so let's check out our process assets if it executes correctly. Yep, so we have 3 new things, and let's check inside the raw representation of our resources and see if it loads properly. Yep, SFX correct beam, SFX mist, SFX wrong beam. All right, sounds like enough. Now, and the second thing is a web font. So let's go to Google Fonts. Do we have? Yeah, we have a library of a web font. Let's pick some nice font. Open Sans, Roboto Condensed. Interesting. The spectate before us was indeed sublime. I wonder what it was. Crimson text. She stared through the windows at the stars. Well, it actually looks pretty fine. I would say let's pick that one. So let's regular 400 crimson text. Crimson text serif. To actually load it, we would need to use the web font API here. So when the resource is loaded, we can launch loading with web font API. So web font load from Google families. Crimson text. Right. So loading. Font started loading. Active. Inactive means that it failed to load. Failed to load web font. And active means the load was a success. Right? And from here we will start a game. Start a game from here and here. Let's see. So font loading was a success. So here it is. We implemented it. All right. So that concludes the first session of the project setup, and I will return with the session 2 shortly. Hello, let's start with session 1, where we set up our project boilerplate. I will create a new project in WebStorm, which I will be using. Pido garbage sort, something like that. Now we will do all the usuals. So I will initiate the npm here. Yes, I will initialize git here. I will create git ignore. I will create a file. And yep. Now we will install all the npm packages that we going to need. npm install and save in the package Babel. .env, of course, my favorite. Gulp for the local usage, concat for concatenating library files, source maps to be for the sources to be available in the transpiled version, rimraf for convenient folder removing, webpack of course, and stream plugin for Gulp specifically. Now in our git ignore, please don't add anything that I don't want you to add. We will, do you know that we will ignore node modules build.idea. I don't want any IDE specific files in the project, and .env, of course, we will create .env here also, and and we will say that host will be a loop address, and port will be 8080. We could denote for the host to be like 127.0.0.1, but in that case, if we are having like several addresses on the machine that is running the web server, for example, the DNS mapping will not be available. So for example, if the local host address instead of loopback address will be running on a public machine with a DNS record, it will not be available through the DNS naming. So always use this address instead for convenience. Okay, so here's our package. I will slightly modify by hand the Babel loader version, since the version 8 is not yet compatible with version 6 of Babel core for some reason. For some reason though, the default installation is version 6 and version 8, and they are not compatible. And that is not very nice to have. Now, for our project skeleton, we will have source folder, and we will have GS folder, and we will have a library folder, and we will have index.html with generic things inside it. I will just copy it from my previous project, Dungeon Crawler, like we do garbage sorting. So I will remove that for now, and possibly forever. And we will have here like script with this with the source of bundle.js, and another one with the libraries.js, and that should be everything that we need. So those two will be available in the build folder as usual. Now let's create a index file, the entry point of our application. Low. So I will disable the inspection, and I want to turn on the Node.js coding assistance for the gulp file. I really should move to Yarn at some point. Everyone's been telling me that the Yarn is the best package manager now, currently. So maybe I will do the transition in the nearest future. So first thing in the tasks, we will parse the config parsed. We'll parse the .env file. We will need the gulp and connect. Connect, and I don't have that currently. I will install that. Connect is a dev server that handles the development process and reloads the sources and so on. File system, of course. I have gulp connect now, so module is not installed. That is just not true. It is installed. Right. Now so I will have some tasks. I will instead of putting all the tasks in a single gulp file, I want to create a separate directory and keep the some of the irregular gulp tasks entry points there instead. So I will have two tasks for libraries. So I will have prepare libraries, and I will have process assets here. So for that, and inside here I will have like reload boilerplate code, and that is tasks for watch and reload. So here will be a connect task which runs the development server. Connect server with a given host from .env, port from .env, with the root inside a build folder, and the ability to live reload. Now the tasks will be prepare build with rimraf. So if the build folder exists, we will remove it. Synchronously, and create a new one. We will remove it with all its contents with rimraf. Quite handy. We'll create a new folder. Then we will webpack all of our code and prepend that task with prepare build. So they will run in a certain order. So this task will be the first one, this will be the second one, and the deployment of static files will be the last one. So I will just copy paste that, since it's pretty much a boilerplate. What happens here is we create a config for the webpack, which can be found like on the website, how to use it. We will denote that we check for every JavaScript file loaded with Babel loader, and we'll transpile it with Babel env preset, which is a preset to translate from ES6 to ES5 version. The output will be a file named bundle.js. There will be source maps attached, and the development mode will let us have as much data in the bundled version as possible. So we will take all of the files under the source.js folder, and we pipe it through webpack transpiler, and then we will put the result in the build folder. So we should have a nice clean bundle file in our build folder. And for the last task, which prepend the webpack, prepended with webpack task, we will copy files like index to build, and also libraries, which we don't have yet, but we will have that in short. So also we will do the batch copy files of all the assets, which we don't have at the moment, but we will have them shortly. So we will take all the files inside the assets folder, and we will copy them inside the build assets folder. So that is all of the tasks. This is the like a build pipeline, and in the end we also will have like a reload, like a library preparation files, tasks. Sorry. And for now, well, let's do it here. So we'll need gulp here, right? And we'll say that there is a task which we will module exports let me check. Another. Required dir. Oh, interesting. Nice. Required dir seems like something that we want. I never used it, but let's try it out. So npm install save required dir. See how that performs. So I will create several tasks here. Prepare libraries. Return source, everything in the library folder to go concat require dir tasks. Okay, and let's actually put some library inside it. What will we need, I think, is okay, let me go to my dungeon crawler libraries and steal some from there. So I think we need Pixie, of course. We will need SAT. I don't think that we will need that. Well, we will need web font and I think that's it for now. I'm not sure. Maybe we will add libraries as we go. Right. So here we have like several libraries. We need to concatenate the Pixie library separately. I have a boilerplate code for that. So source, the Pixie, and so on. I will create like a single file, pixie.js. I will prepend the prepare libraries task with it. Like that. And we will see if we can now run it. So go prepare libraries. Yep. Yes, it just works. It just works. Wow. That is a really neat thing to have. Well, alright. Okay, since we have that, let's try running our main task, our default task. Yep. And let's see. Hello. So here's our let's try to change it and see if our hot reload works. Yep, that works fine. Alright, so that is a boilerplate setup, and that concludes first part of this session, and stay tuned. Session 1.3, in which we will pick the SFX and a web font and integrate it into the loading pipeline, and I will use the same essential retro video game sound effects collection that I used recently, and it's a pretty great small pack. Well, I think we will need something like, so there will be like garbage falling from the sky, and we will have 3 bins to catch it with, and we will have different effects on hitting the right bin, hitting the wrong bin, and disappearing like from the bottom, right? So we'll have positive sounds through the desktop audio. Alright, that's kind of loud. I guess it's, I hope it's not that loud on your side. Power up, power up, power up. Okay, this one looks fine. Let's call it correct bin. Correct bin. Right. Now the negative sounds, damage error. Okay, so this one, wrong bin, bing, that is not what I was intended to say, wrong bin. This one is fine for the mist, right? And so I think that should be enough, I guess, like three simple sounds. And now we need to convert that to MP3. So we'll use once again FFmpeg WAV to MP3. So I wonder if I can wait, what? I don't want to overwrite anything. Okay, so correct bin WAV to correct bin MP3. Right, so now I one missed. Two. And a wrong bin to wrong bin mp3. All right, so let's check out our process assets if it executes correctly. Yep, so we have 3 new things, and let's check inside the raw representation of our resources and see if it loads properly. Yep, SFX correct bin, SFX missed, SFX wrong bin. All right, sounds like enough. Now, and the second thing is a web font. So let's go to Google Fonts. Do we have? Yeah, we have a library of a web font. Let's pick some nice font. Open Sans, Roboto condensed. Interesting. The spectate before us was indeed sublime. I wonder what it was. Crimson text. She stared through the windows at the stars. Well, it actually looks pretty fine. I would say let's pick that one. So let's regular 400 crimson text. Crimson text serif. To actually load it, we would need to use the web font API here. So when the resources is loaded, we can launch loading with web font API. So web font load from Google families. Crimson text. Right. So loading. Font started loading. Active. Inactive means that it failed to load. Failed to load web font. And active means the load was a success. Right? And from here we will start a game. Start a game from here and here. let's see. So font loading was a success. So here it is. We implemented it. All right. So that concludes the first session of the project setup, and I will return with the session 2 shortly. Session 2, the project engine. We will do the render, the stretching inside the browser window, and we will test our graphics, fonts, and SFX that we picked in previous session. And let's get to it. So here in our main class, we will prepare the Pixie. I like to set the MIP mapping to false, because on stretching it gives weird artifacts, and we generally don't want that to happen. So I like to put it out. And we will also, just a second, and we will also initialize everything here. So we will have the main things here, the renderer and the simulation. Right? So inside that renderer, we will have like a boilerplate code, which I copy paste and explain along the way. So it looks like a lot, but actually it's not that huge. So we will have the virtual size, which will be 1280 by 720. So it should be like a horizontal, and maximum aspect ratio wide, maximum tall aspect ratio maximum wide aspect ratio should be like so how much is that actually? 1.7. So that should be 1.8, something like that. So adjusted vertical size is the actual size of the in the terms of the inside units of the Pixie renderer. So the supposed aspect ratio is 1.7, right? So we will have a stage created here, a Pixie stage. We will have several render layers, and for that we will create an enum here, well, kind of enum. Render layer equals background for level background, like a game level layer, and a UI layer. So for each named layer that we declared here, a Pixie container will be created and added to the stage in a in order that we declared it. Now then the pixie renderer will be created with a specific size and everything, and the device pixel ratio is important for mobile, and we will set it to auto resize to update the CSS values of the DOM canvas. Now this is the resize function. We'll get to it in a bit. So the maximum wide DOM stage viewport layers. We will have the add object and remove object of for the game objects, and the update with delta time, although we don't use it, so I guess we just can hide it. So every update we will get the canvas size, and if it is changed since last update, we will resize the canvas and render everything that is on the stage. So Pixie can actually do the application, and inside that there will be like a ticker, a renderer, and everything that you need. But I like to do things a little more with a little more controlled, right? So here we will add and remove objects. So basically the game object is supposed to have like a visual component and a layer property, so the renderer would know where to add it. So we will check for layer in game object, and we'll get it. Layers of geo layer, like add child geo visual. So there should be a layer in game object and visual in game object. Else we will say object does not have layer or visual, and the same thing with remove object. So we'll get the layer and remove child from it. Does not have layer or visual, right? Or better yet, we can have like the check geo properties, or more like is geo correct. So if layer in game object better yet has layer has visual, so no layer in game object if has visual, if it doesn't have visual, we will warn that there is no visual in GameObject. We will return has visual and has layer. And we will do it like that. If geo is correct, so I mean if it's incorrect, we will return. And if it's fine, we will do everything that we need. Like this. Remove child. Right? So let's move to the resize. So since the view is horizontal, or at least we want it to be horizontal, we need to adopt the resize function accordingly. Here we have the canvas dimensions calculated. That is, the canvas is being the viewport size here, and we check for current aspect ratio. So if the current aspect ratio is more than supposed ratio, we have the screen that is wider than it's supposed to be, and we will need to cut it somehow. For now, I'm not sure how will we do it. So this boilerplate is actually like upscaling or downscaling the viewport just to match the size of the client, like window. No, we don't have resizable object, I think. Resizable objects, yes, we don't have that. Wait, what? Invalid call target? What? What is that? Element information is not available. What? And now, to actually do that, to interact somehow with our render, we need to create it, of course, and update it. So let's create it here. And create an update loop. The Pixie WebGL stuff here. Now have the base behaviors file, which will contain everything that we will use. And for that, I would like to have like iVisual, which will need a texture. And for that, I have a boilerplate for that. We will have a layer, get texture here, get texture please. So iVisual will have a default parameter of texture, and we can also chain parameterize it with everything that we would want here, and since here are the two components that our renderer would want from the visual, and we can try it out immediately here. So let's create something. So renderer add object of let's say iVisual with a texture that we can look up in our digest. So we have like background, banana peel, bean, bottle, and paper. We will pick background, for example. So this is the background texture. We will set a layer to it of render layer background, and we will set anchor of in the middle. Anchor will be in the middle. Set position will be renderer size x times 2, renderer size y times 2, something like that. And it should be visible now. Okay. Cannot read property add child. Well, yeah, because we need to add. No, we actually no. What? Add add object. Render JS 95. Go layer go visual. Cannot read property add child of undefined, so there are no layers. Interesting. So interesting. Let's see what layers do we have. Background, game, UI. And what is the layer of game object that we add in? Level background. Okay, and what? Oh, interesting. Huh. Interesting. So I need to actually have like render layer. Layer key. Add child layers render layer key. Something like that. Oh. Alright, so here is our background. And it scales pretty reasonably, I guess. So interestingly, though, that we have it somewhere in the middle, well, let's place it in like 0, 0, just to make it, yep. So we know that our viewport starts here, although we want it to be like horizontal. Now let's look at our renderer and see how it actually resizes. check for widescreen here and for tall screen here. So it says that we have widescreen now. Interesting. So what is exactly the aspect ratio? So supposed aspect ratio is 1.7 and the current aspect ratio is represented with the current sizes. Okay, so wait, what? Oh, tall screen. Current aspect ratio, supposed aspect ratio. So current aspect ratio is yep, now we have a widescreen. And now we have a tall screen. So in the mode of the tall screen, we want to have the stage actually be a little off. So let's say that stage Y on a tall screen will be the canvas height minus the adjusted vertical size divided by 2. So the So let's see the values here. So we calculate the height based on the vertical size and current aspect ratio, and downscale or upscale the stage based on that. And now the adjusted vertical size will be maximum wide aspect ratio. I don't think we want to play with our aspect ratios, so I don't think we want to adjust size. I want the size to be as simple as possible. Now we can calculate the scale based on the size of the canvas, and we need to offset the stage based on that value. Now it should be something like canvas height minus stage height, or more like virtual size height. Let's see. Stage height, canvas height, virtual size Y. Okay, so stage height is now 900 and canvas size is now 720. Right. So let's try to do it like this, like canvas height minus stage height times 2, and see how that works. 360. So stage height is 0. All right, so I think it should be interesting. Let me look real quick in my one of my projects and see how I did it previously. The width of canvas minus, oh, I see. So this is like a virtual calculation of the height expressed in the dimension of the client renderer height. So to get the stage height, we need to apply the supposed aspect ratio that we have. So we want to get the height, which is this one, and to get this one, we need to have canvas height will equal to canvas width time divided by supposed aspect ratio, I think, minus canvas width divided by supposed aspect ratio. I think, right? And size, and here we will say that the position will be in the middle. Since the image itself is not quite 1280 by 720 or something like that, it's more like a little taller than that. So when we downscale, we always have it in the middle, and when we widen it enough, we need to have these frames on the other side. So in the widescreen, we will also have the scale calculated, and the stage X should be canvas width minus minus canvas height times supposed aspect ratio times 2. Let's see. Yep. So it stays exactly in the middle. So these calculations are pretty simple, since we want basically what this here does is it centers the actual like game frame inside the stick wire. What? All right. That's interesting. Oh, I see. So stage, we need to adjust stage Y to 0 and stage X to 0 here also. So, yep. What we want is for the image, like for the like the game canvas, to stay in the same place all the time, no matter what the actual like the client viewport is. So we do this spaces, but we have the same size of the renderer based on the aspect ratio of the initial size that we set. So okay, so now let's test the. We did the renderer, the stretching, we tested the graphics. Let's add just a little more things. Add object, like a visual, like banana peel. Set layer to render layer game. Here it is. So we can see that the actual, like the start is somewhere around here. What is the background dimensions? 128 by 856. Well, why don't we make 856? The dimensions fit the background image, so we can orient by it inside the game, like that. So the space of the game equals to the size of the image during all of the time. Now let's test our SFX that it plays. Let me turn on the desktop audio really quick. Let's see, resources, play SFX, correct, bin. There is no SFX by name, SFX correct bin. That is interesting information. But it plays nevertheless. Let's go to resources and check what it's all about. Oh, I see. Okay, it plays. So what about SFX missed. Oh, SFX roll bin. Okay, it plays. So now we want to test that font loader. I have somewhere here a font. Boilerplate for us to have. So I text. Well, no, I guess it's in the font family. Merk font, where is it? In the UI factory. Let's see. So the Pixie can use these fonts. Yes, and it can be created. Okay, let's create an iText component, kind of like this. With style and everything. That is our base, so we'll need iText with text as a main argument. We'll have a layer. We need it. So we'll create new Pixie text, right? With text and a style. New Pixie text style. From that. And name. Don't need that yet, at least. So I think we want a lot of that here also. The layer, the position, the anchor, the size. We don't want the size. Position, anchor, scale. We don't want scale. Tint, we might want to use that. We don't have any texture. We of course want set text. And that should do it. And okay, so anchor everything, font, fill, and something. Let's create text here. Let's remove that as effects. Renderer, add object, iText, import it of course, iText of hello, and we will need to specify the style. we will use our loaded style of Crimson text and check if it's working. Font family Crimson text, font size will be 19, fill, color fill, let's do it white. And let's see if it's even loaded. Okay, set a layer of render layer UI. Hello. Let's see if it's the same text that we actually have. Crimson text. Let's print hello here and compare to what we have. Okay, it actually seems quite like it. I would say it's the same. It is the same thing. Now we would like to have, I think, another font. Where is? Oh, wait, where is the selector here? Alright, I want to have a monospaced font for counters. Oh, Ubuntu Mono. Let's add that. Ubuntu, or should I say Ubuntu? I don't know. So Crimson text and Ubuntu Mono. And let's also create another text here. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Font family Ubuntu Mono. And we will set URL and set position of 300 and just to offset it a little. Well, that looks quite like an session 3 is in progress. Now we're going to look at the core loop of the game. So we tested out everything that we have technically thrown together, and now we will try to make the actual game features here. So I will remove all of that from here and put it in the simulation later. So we don't need a text here or anything. Now the background image actually can stay inside the main, inside the main game start, since it's not touching the simulation in any way. Now we will create the simulation here, export const simulation, and it should have a renderer here, since we will be using it a lot. And the simulation will have the game state, which will be like the misses. The should I say like let's say can miss 3 times and can so we can miss 3 times to let the garbage fly away, and we can mix. How should I say it? And we can mix up. Can mix up. I don't know. Can muddle. I don't know what the word muddle means. Let's say can confuse 3 times also. Now the score will be 0, and we will have a self, which will have an update with delta time, and we create a simulation here. And we will update it here. With delta time. Now we will say that simulation will have like parameters. Let's say that spawn speed will be every second, or let's say single second. Garbage speed will be 100 pixels, 200 pixels per second. Speed variance will be plus minus 50, and I think that this is it. Now alright, so we will update, and we need to have like garbage flying from top to bottom, and to do that, data undefined. What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright, I need to return self actually to let it not be the undefined thing. Now for the spawn logic, we will need to have something like time since last spawn. We will have number max value, I guess. So this I think should be in milliseconds, not in seconds. Now we will have the spawn queue, and like possible, let's say garbage types will be they will be banana peel. They will be a bottle, and they will be a paper. Right? So spawn queue should be like garbage types keys rich keys map. I think, yeah, let's map them, and let's just garbage types key. So the initial spawn queue will be like that, and we will duplicate it for some time. So what should we say, like multiply? Create the element with the same element. We'll type fill. The end index is not included. Well, all right. Well, we need like to have a spawn queue that is constantly. So we need to have like a lot of things in it. We need to get from it, and we can either cycle around, right, or we can just generate a new one. I prefer cycling around, so we can just create it here, and let's say spawn queue and spawn queue index. And we will say that for say garbage types keys, for each key we will do like 10 times. We will add spawn queue push garbage types of key. So we will have like 30 items in the spawn queue, and then we will shuffle it randomly. Use the modern version of the Fisher-Yates algorithm. All right. Let's try it out. Let's add like the util package and array util. Alright, so let's try and shuffle it. So spawn q equals array util shuffle spawn. And see what is inside. Cannot read property for each of undefined. I think I should call it as a function. Alright, it's because it says object keys, like that. How about that? So, banana peel, paper, banana peel, bottle, bottle, paper, 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 paper. Alright, so we have 30 items. I wouldn't say it's very nice, very nicely shuffled, but it looks fine to me. So here we will create, say that initialize spawn queue. Since last spawn queue index, spawn queue. And here we will say this. So if time since last spawn is greater than params spawn speed, we will say that time since last spawn equals 0. Then we will say that we need to spawn something actually. We will need to initialize garbage array. Garbage, like this is like an on-screen garbage. So let's create. Alright, I hear a dog screaming. So spawn queue of spawn queue index. So this is like the texture ID that we will use for the garbage. Set layer of render layer game. Set anchor of set the anchor in the middle because I want to rotate it while it's falling down. Then set position of random location. So let's create this math util class and say that we will have a random range function inside it. So math util random range from 0 to renderer size x. Well, actually I will like have it within 100 and a size -100, and the y will be like a -100, so it will appear a little above the background image, right? So we will add that to garbage array. We will add that to renderer, right? And yeah, so we will return, I think. Here we will say the time since last spawn. We will increase that. Right, so spawn queue index since last spawn queue index plus equals 1 if spawn queue index is more than spawn queue length minus 1. We'll say that spawn queue index equals 0, right? So the spawn queue will take, and here we will say spawning spawn queue from spawn queue index. I forgot how to type. It's fine. From spawn queue. From index, from the given index, right? So then we say that time since last spawn is increased. We'll check it later. Now we'll take all the garbage and propel it towards the bottom of the screen. So garbage visual y will have, okay, so we have a speed and a speed variance. Visual set position, so let's to inside the garbage, like just set the speed variable, and we say that it's params speed plus math util random range minus params speed variance params speed variance. So every piece of garbage will have like slightly different speed. So the y will be propelled like that. So g speed times delta time, and then if the visual is greater than renderer size y plus 800, right? Then we will say resources play sfx, window resources play sfx of play sfx of sfx mist with a volume of 0.1, and we actually then say that we can't remove things inside a for each, so let's create like a remove array, So we'll push it, this specific garbage. So if to remove array, or should I say for each, renderer remove object and garbage splice garbage index of to remove with the length of 1, and that should do fine. Right, let's see. iVisual is not defined. All right, insert import spawning banana peel from index 1. All right, anything else maybe? So nothing is happening, apparently. So I'm pushing it here, return from index 1. I don't know, let's check the position. Oh, minus 100. All right. Oh, I meant yeah, minus 800. Interesting. So it should be somewhere on the screen. So runs garbage speed. Oh, all right. So here it is. Interesting. Okay, so for some reason it keeps getting time since last spawn. Alright, so spawn speed should actually be like in seconds. Okay, so stuff is created, but for some reason it's just not moving. I wonder why. So the speed is like a positive value, and interesting. It's just so simple. It should be so simple, really. I don't understand why this couldn't work. So something else is touching that that Y positions, but what? So I have like this array, right? So there is like visual and everything. Oh, wait. I'm stupid. I need plus equals, of course, not the... Alright, so here I am like moving it, and I'm better to do it. Okay, so if it's beyond the point of no return, it should disappear. Very nice. See, spawn speed like every 3 seconds. Nice, nice. Okay, so the images is quite large, I guess, but we'll fix that later. So, all right, we have garbage falling from the sky. Now we need to have the bins. So bins, I think perhaps could be like a separate class, maybe. Or not. Not sure. Not sure. Let's create a directory called game. Or not. I don't know why I should have it. Let's create a bin. Garbage types. Export const bin types. So compost glass and paper. Let bins be like this. So self will be iVisual with the texture of bin. Set position. So set anchor of middle anchor. Okay. So set tint of type tint will be like that. Like bin types. Import bin types from simulation. So bin types. Compost should be, let's see, how this look. Okay, so let's make it black. What is this? Type glass should be green, I guess. And bin types paper should be blue ones, red, green, blue. So set tint of type tint of type, right? So type X and Y. I think the anchor set tint, set position of X and Y, return self, of course, and I will also, I think, add the text labels, actually, or perhaps I need like so Oh, the layer. Set layer, of course. The layer is render layer of game, and I will create the label, the text label of Crimson text, font size, I don't know, 16, with a white, I think white, more or less. We don't need a layer for that, since it's not going to be label tint, label type label, compost, glass, and paper, and we'll create type label of type here, and add it self visual, add child this visual, I think, and in the simulation we'll just create 3 bins, new bin of bin types, compost, at I don't know, at 400, at 100, 700, at 300, 700, and the third one is at 500, 700. Compost, paper, and glass. Let's see. My text is not defined. Alright, we will define it then. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Well, I need to add it, of course. Pins for each. Oh, here it is. I think it's quite large. Sorry. So, what is it? I can set scale now. Oh, all right. All right. So this is more like it. I would think that. Okay. All right, that is fine. No, this keyboard will kill someone eventually for just for the joy of, or should I say, for the wrath of using that keyboard. I mean, it's horrible. So let's center that label. The anchor will do us no good, actually. Well, we can try, but I don't think it works like that. It does work like that. That's quite interesting. All right then. So we'll just then set the position of 0 and minus 100, I guess. 120. Compost paper glass. All right, so here they are. Now let's set the size of that garbage a little smaller. I don't like it too big. Okay, so now it's like a manageable size. All right. So for the beam, I think we need to make it like interactable. Or something. So self on pointer down. So pointer up. Interaction event. So pointer down, true, stop, propagation. Pointer move, stop propagation. Pointer up, stop propagation. Also need to place it on top, so self visual parent add and remove child self visual and add child self visual. So when we select the certain bin, it is always on top. Let's see if that works. Self on is not a function. Alright. I meant self visual, of course. Okay. Set interactive and set visual interactive true. All right. So there should be like region event, client X, client something. Set up the input and catching. All right. See you then. Session 3.2 will make the bins draggable, and after that we will try to actually catch garbage with our bins. So we started implementing the simple listeners onto the visual, and so if dragging, if not dragging, return pointer up. Dragging false. Now alright, so okay, so since it's object, it's showing me only the old data. So let's try to check whether whether the coordinates in the event are actually bound to the inside of the PXE units. Data what was it? Data twist height original event. So PXE screen to renderer point. That's not it. Seems like the coordinates is bound to the not to the inside of the PXE renderer, but rather to a coordinates of the client, and that is not what we need exactly. that is exactly the opposite of what we need, which is everything that isn't what we need, I guess. So that was a joke for you, a play on words, I've heard it called. So data global x, let's see, so it's 600. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. That's not what we want. See pointer events. Where plugins interaction. Right. Mouse renderer resolution. Oh, map position to point. That result will be stored in. Very nice. Okay, so where is it exactly? Renderer plugins interaction. So let's do that. So renderer, I believe. So we would need a renderer here. Let's create a bin and put a renderer inside. And now on pointer move, we'll say renderer plugins interaction. How is it called? Interaction. Map position to point. Map position to point. So result and the X and the Y. Right. Let's see at the result. Cannot read property interaction of undefined. All right. Options. Okay, I can create it myself then. It's no big deal. Let's create Pixie interaction manager with renderer and to prevent default true. Like that. Let's see interactions, interaction here, and just call the interaction. Parent element of undefined, e map position to point. What? I don't know what is this exactly. Parent element of undefined, I guess. My renderer is wrong. Oh wait, it needs like the pixie renderer. This is clearly not anything that is correct at all. All right, so we can always have this like the stage scale, right? So let's split that up and use it separately. So I will have a bin and I will have a special like draggable object. So there will be a target and the renderer. So target and also the renderer stage on pointer move. Right, so drag start point will be here, with a new pixie point. So we will say that drag start x will be e data global x global y. and we will multiply that by 1 divided by renderer stage scale x scale y. So this will be the conversion from the screen coordinates to the pixie view, and it should be let's make like a handlers for that, like the util methods for that. Convert x, should I say convert, here we will pass an axis first and a value, right? And we will return the value times we need to subtract from the value actually the axis dimension of like x will be width, x will be, no, wait, we actually have like the renderer size is x, x state, no, that's correct. So we will yes, this is right. So we will, from the value, we will subtract the renderer stage axis, and we'll multiply it by reversed scale, stage scale of axis. That should do it. So here we will do convert x data global x, like this. Right? That should do it, I think. So let's see. Drag start. What it will be. Oh, we need of course to wrap it first. So for each bean we will create like a draggable container. So for each we will add it to render, and also create new draggable out of it. So the bean visual and the renderer should go there, and draggable should be like just renderer stage 1 is not a function. On cannot read property. Oh. Oh, so target parent, remove child target, and add child target once again. Alright, so this looks like an actually, okay, 990. So 21, let me check what is the height, supposed height. It's 856. And this one is 1002, which is not right. It's not right. Let's see if we can correctly do that. If the stage will be in 0, like, so 800. So this is like 56. Let's log this x and y. Interesting. Okay, so this is 860 something. 856, 57. Well, it seems about right. What about this? Yep, 100, 1280. Basically right, basically correct. Yes. So what is it with the stage then? So let's see about the x. X is correct, but the y is like off the grid. Okay, so it's somewhere around here in the middle, which is quite odd. Well, let's look at it again. So the render stage x let's see my element. So it's yeah, it's full screen actually here. So it looks like I have to, what if I multiply it by 2? That seems right. That seems right. I don't know. I don't understand though. Why do I need to multiply it by 2? Though, I just don't understand. Okay, how about that? All right, so this is actually wrong. Anyway, so it is wrong for some reason. So what is this value? Maybe maybe I just convert in the wrong value though. So let me see. What about the original event? So client X and client Y, screen X and screen Y. So screen is not something I want. Let's see what the Dragon actually offers us to have. This data get local position. Well, data get local position from this parent. Interesting. What is it exactly though? So interaction data get local position. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay, so log e data get local position from the renderer stage, and result. That looks exactly like what we need. Nice. So let's create like a cache point here, right? Or like a result point, and we will delete this conversion. So let's see, e data get local position. Result point, and the drag start will be this one, result point X, result point Y, and this here will be the same point. Drag start. So this is the drag start, and let's create like original position. So original position will be a target position. Right? Now we will have like diff x will be a result point x minus drag start x. Diff y will be result x minus drag start y, and the target x will be now original position x plus diff x. Something like that. All right. Looking good. Looking really good. All right, I think I want to fix that visual of the garbage bin, because this transparency here on the arrows is nothing that help us actually. Let's I think I will be like creating new layer, yeah, behind that one, and I will paint it black. How do I? Okay, so I will select this area and I will fill it with black color, if I can. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so fill it please, and I will place the layer behind the bin. So now this part will not be transparent, because I don't want it to be. It's not looking very good. So let's see. Okay, so we already see that it's working. All right, so compost is actually not working that good. All right. The image looks kind of blurry. I wonder if we can do anything about that. Anti-alias, true. And I don't use mip mapping, right? Some reason this just look edgy and blurry and stuff. Well, all right. It's a demonstration, not like a polished product. I think it's because of the nature of the images, since the lines are so straight and simple, it can be jagged because of that. And also the bin image is also downscaled a little, so maybe that's also the deal. We can try to downscale it by hand and see what happens. Let's see, where is it? So image, scale image, so 256, and export it. Let's see what happens. If we don't scale it, don't downscale it. Okay, so the image looks nicer now, but the font is huge. I think we need to pick like 40 and minus 60. That's way better. Way better. Alright, so minus 64, I guess, and this is better, being like 36. Alright. And as you see, like when I touch, oh, alright. So I think we need to phaser, pixel perfect click detection. Phaser have built in everything. Well, you know, if we would have built in everything, I think that would be no fun. Pixie get pixel from sprite. How it works in v4, render extract pixels my container. Interesting. So renderer extract pixels from target. Let's see what does it do. Cannot read property pixels of undefined. Renderer plugins extract. Interesting. So let's create that here. No, I don't. Okay, so Not initialize plugin. Well, I don't have it built in, right? Let's see. Renderer plugins. Three property plugins of undefined. All right, so mesh particle prepare extract. All right. Extract pixels. So, all right. Let's do that. So let's do renderer pixie extract pixels from target here. So interesting. So I have like $200,000 things. So a single pixel is like a 4 values here. Right. So interesting. Interesting. So on pointer down, let's check whether we can see if that's like an opaque pixel or a transparent one. So we will get a local position from not from the stage, but rather from the target, right? And we'll see, look at the result point. So all right, it's in the center. Maybe the anchor should be like simple here. All right, so 37. Interesting. Now okay, so okay, let's floor that now. Result point X. So this is the pixel that we're looking at. It's quite big. All right, and let's try to understand what is the color of that pixel in a flat array of a 8-bit unsigned integers, which we have 200,000 of. Sounds simple enough. Okay, so if we would have all the pixels in the single array, we need to like a flat array pixel will be something like so a result point y times target width plus result point x. That should be a flat array. And now let's say that flat array pixel times 4 will be how much? Will be 74,000. Nice. Alright, so this should be like okay, so let's read from that. If we so let's now log from pixels of flat array pixel times 4 times 4 plus 1 plus 2 and plus 3. Let's see what color that is. 0023 0023 0023. Well, oh wait, plus 2 and plus 3. All zeros, all zeros. Oh, that's actually a color. 51 something something. I think I'm doing the calculation wrong. So the length is actually 400,000, and I only have that is odd. Maybe it need to be time 8, but I don't understand why. So why is it suddenly have double size? I don't understand. clearly doing something wrong. Let me try to modify the image once again. So let's just remove all these transparency here, so I can have a nice, yeah, like that. So crop to selection, so I will not have this extra anything. Right, so now I have the length is 250,000, and the size. So I need a calculator. So Xface does not have a calculator apparently, which is sad. Calculator plugin. Alright, so let's look at it. Oh wait, do I have mate at Xface. Mate calc. Okay, I don't have that. Megabytes. All right. So I have an image of 174 times 193, and that is 33,000. I times 4 should be like, yeah. But if I do it times 8, so times 8 will be 268, and I have like a completely different number here. I don't understand what is it. I wonder why is it like that? Maybe I need to read like 8 pixels or 8 values instead. Either this bytes per pixel 4 actually, so this should work. display object or render texture to convert. If left empty, we'll use the main renderer. The pixel data of all the that's interesting. Pixie display object. So I have like a sprite. Let's see. Let's calculate here. Well, let's say pixels length, and we will also say target width by target height times 4, since it's 4 bytes per pixel, and we will compare that. And that is 3 different numbers for seemingly like the same image. I mean, it's the same image. What is this number? So whether it's one of two things: either it's not working as intended, or I don't understand completely how it works, because it seems like it should work just fine. Because why then it has like 3 different resolution? Wait, what is resolution? Resolution. What is this resolution? Texture buffer resolution. Interesting. Frame X times resolution. How about that? Okay. What is that? Alright, so pixels doesn't work apparently. And that is sad, actually, since I don't have because of that I don't have like any understanding now to how to make like pixel perfect drag from it, you know, and that's just sad. Wait, what happened? What just happened? Oh. Okay, so here is the drag. Although I have to say that in this situation, like if I cramp it up like this, it will be a little harder to drag, since this one is actually, you see, yep. Well, alright. Let's say that we did the drag, which we did, although it's not too perfect. We can solve this problem, I should say. We can solve this problem with like SAT. So we can create like a polygon on top and check in the pointer down. We can check the point in local coordinates, whether it's inside the proper polygon, and then only we can this is it for session 3.2. In the next session we'll catch some garbage with these beans, so stay tuned. Session 3.3. Let's make the garbage catchable finally. So let me really quick to denote that session 3.3. Oh wait, I think whole third session is in here. Well, that's fine. So to do that, we need to have, so the game here is that we need to catch the proper things with the proper bin. So the catch condition could actually be pretty simple. We need to determine whether the center of the garbage is landed somewhere in this area, somewhere around here, right? So for that, I think we will set the bin anchor to 0.50, so the center of the bin will be here, so it's easier for us to calculate. So the position of the label will change a little. Now we need to understand the catch condition here in simulation. Now we move all the garbage here. So we spawn the garbage, then we add to the spawn time. Then we this is like the removing. This is like spawning garbage here. This here is handling mist garbage. Okay. This here is handling any removed garbage. So, and I think before the mist, we need to determine whether any garbage actually is being hit by any bin here. Right, so I don't like that garbage I think we need to split layers a little bit. Well, we do it in like a polishing section. Let me write this down. So split garbage and bins into layers. So so garbage cannot occlude the bin. Now so for every garbage, right, so we iterate the garbage here, right, and I think handling mist garbage flying down, so we'll handle garbage behavior here and denote that for our needs. So let's check for the 79, 72. What is this? All right. Here we will iterate the bins. So let's see that left is it will be like a rectangle. So let's look for a pixie rectangle. If it has like contains, I think it should have contains a method. Contains. So the x coordinate of the upper left corner of the rectangle. All right. So we will have like the bin catch area will be pixie rectangle, and it will be like the bin visual x minus bin visual width times 2 plus 10, let's say. or should I even say plus garbage? Well, no, let's say plus 20 something, and the y will be visual y minus, no, just the y, and then the width will be bin visual width minus 40, and the height will be, I don't know, 40 maybe. It's not, it doesn't really matter. So if the garbage, so the bin catch area contains garbage visual x, garbage visual y, then we need to do something about it. So let's say that garbage speed something, let's just set name to it. Let's say that it's this, and the bin will also have the name set name of well, same as text label, bin name. Let's see if that works. So glass, undefined caged by undefined. All right, I can work with that. As name. Self name. Bottle caged by glass. Fine. So when we do that, right, we need the for each. So we handle missing first, handling bin catch, right? So let's say that okay, so export const garbage to bin, and let's say that banana peel equals bin types compost. I do it in an array because, like, if we would think to add more types, which we won't do in the frame of this tutorial, but if you want to have like more types, you can easily just add here. So types bottle, and for these square brackets, this is just the method of mapping the existing variable to be a key in a dictionary. So bin types glass and garbage types paper. Bin types paper. Now we can see now that if it's correct or not. So if garbage to bin bin name equals garbage name, then sources window resources play sfx correct, you are correct, or else we will play sfx wrong bin. You are wrong, my friend. This is how. Let me just pause my audio here. So let's see. I actually have. Okay. So I will remove that afterwards. So let's add that to remove array push garbage. Okay, so okay, all right. So that is so. Bottle catched by glass. So bottle, which is a garbage type bottle, bin type glass, garbage to bin. So I see. I need a garbage name to a bin name. So no. Wait, bottle catched by glass, and I have here bottle and glass. So garbage name compost. Alrighty then, let's rename it. Paper and paper. What? Right. I have like an array. So index of bin name more than -1, then it is correct, right? There is no sfx by the name sfx correct. Correct bin. Okay, so paper. Nice. Very good. So compost. Okay. So alright, so paper. Okay. No. That is fine. Right? Seems to be doing the trick. Alright, so that is a core game loop for you. So during this session 3, we made like fallable garbage, several beans, and draggable beans, and catchable garbage. So that is like the core game loop. Now we need to just improve that with the game model that will allow us to score points and lose, because the process is actually endless, obviously. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I will be returning shortly. Session 4, in which we will make the game state, like the scoring and lose condition. So we already have these situations, these points of where we miss something and catch something and catch the wrong one, right? So I have the SFXs disabled just for them not to destroy my hearing, but they're there in the, I just muted the tab. Okay, so what we now have is like this game state. We can miss 3 and confuse 3, right? Pieces. Now, every time when we miss one, we can say that state can miss is now minus equals 1, right? And we will have this method of validate state, in which we will check whether we need to fall somewhere or to update UI, for example, right? So say state can miss minus equals 1 and invalidate the state. Then we will say that if the bin is correct, we can say state score plus equals 1, and here we can say state can confuse minus equals 1, and we will invalidate state here. Right, in invalidate state we'll print the game state. State is not defined. All right, I'm sorry, that is alright, fine, let's call that state. It's shorter, and shorter is always better than longer one. So we can miss two, can confuse one, paper, glass, compost, paper. Well, that actually would be great as a instant game on Facebook. Okay, so you can see that we now have like -3 and everything. So let's see. So if state can miss is less or equal 0, if state can confuse less or equal than 0, we actually should do something with it. We need a lose condition. So we need a lost flag here, I think. And inside the lost state, I think we will so lost and a time scale. Here, so we will slow down everything little by little. Here I would want to use my lerp, my trusty lerp. What is it? Here it is. Very simple, but quite effective. So random range and the lerp here, and here in update we will say that if we lose state lost, we'll say that state timescale equals mathUtil lerp from state timescale to 0.01, well, slowly but surely, like that. Now we have this delta time, so we will say that delta time will, oh, I'm sorry about that. Let me do a quick pause and return with that. Will it stop? Oh wait, the higher is the faster. So if I need to slowly crank it down. I need to alright, that's quite slow. Alright, let's make it even slower. Because why not? Why not? Okay, so everything's like stops. Really slow. Let me just speed this up a little. So everything is falling down. This is like the impossible difficulty already. So that's really nice. Actually, that's really nice. Pixie filters. I think I would want to have like a grayscale, reflection, noise, color replaced. Glitch, gray, pixelate. Oh, that's nice. Pixie grayscale, grayscale filter, color matrix. So color matrix negative desaturate. Oh, this is exactly what I need, actually. So container filters color matrix. So let's see. Color matrix desaturate 0, so I should have like gray filter, new Pixie filters color matrix filter, right? And renderer stage filters gray filter. So gray filter saturate 0, I guess, and gray filter saturate will equals 1 minus state timescale. Will that work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, so renderer, stage, filters, gray filter. It's pretty powerful. So, all right, let's do the saturation. Wait, it's not desaturation. Desaturate. All right. All right. So, what about 1? What about 10? Okay. So, what about 0.5? 0.1? All right. So, let's see. Desaturate. The value of the gray, where 0 is black. Oh, grayscale. So scale. So let's see, grayscale 1. And 0. All right. Interesting. So I cannot like do the gradual thing. Oh, this is what I want. All right. This is what I want. So desaturate and grayscale filter, gray filter alpha will equal to what it was again? Original color is used when there is 0, so 1 minus state times scale. Nice, nice. Now, so if the time scale less than 0.01, I think it is time to say window confirm, so like alert, you lost, and then do the check window location something something, and then do the reload. Like here. Oh, is it the original picture though? Okay, so I'm lost. You lost. Okay, okay. You lost 2 times. Okay, so oh, that's the original color. Okay, just stop it. Okay, so lost and don't update. So if state don't update, return from here. So state don't update equals true, you lost, and so on. So everything is falling down, 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 and you lost. You lost, you lost, you lost. What? Why? So let's see if I'm here. So I'll be losing pretty soon now. Am I here? Okay. So let me speed up the losing. Okay, so that is a lost condition. It's placeholder now, but that's fine. So we have the scoring and we have the losing condition. Now we need a UI for everything that we have. Right? So somewhere, I don't know, let's say here is a good place. Now we will have that in a separate file, I think. Let's say score panel. Score panel. Let me switch my music real quick. I'm listening to some, but since the new rules of the platform that you better not listen to anything, because the music can be a subject of a copyright or something. I don't care about that, but I'd like to obey the rules of the platform since I'm on it. So that makes sense. Now, the score panel will have three labels basically. So and in itself it will be a container. And do I have a container? No, I need to create it. So I have a boilerplate for a container, which is a component object, closure object, as every other object that I create almost. So it has all the things that we need. So the score panel will be in itself a container, type container. So container component is parameterless. We will have it on a layer of render layer of UI, and okay, so we'll have that update with a state here, and we will create the components, the visual thing is here, right? So have the text snippet, and we'll put it here, and we will write with it. So there will be like a label, like a score label with and it will be an i-text of score. So let me just make this, take this, right? The layer will not be needed. Set position, the position will be like at the zero position, I think. Now then there will be a score counter. With a 0 counter. So the font and everything will be the same, but there will be a little twist. So the anchor will be to the right instead of to the left. So 0.5, the anchor of everything will be so 0.5. Okay, this keyboard is not making my life easier. Okay, and for the rest of them, it will be all the same. Like here will be the confuse label. So confused, certain amount, and then there will be a confuse counter 0, then missed label, so can confuse, can missed label, missed counter, right? And we will say that set position will be somewhere around, let's say 0.50. Set position of 400, I don't know, 450. This one will be 0.150. 400 again, and 150, and so on. You get the idea. So 250 and 400 and 250, and we will add everything. Add score label, add score counter, add confuse, add confuse counter, add missed label, add missed counter, right? And in the update we will say score counter dot set text actually will equal state score, and then confuse label set confuse counter set text state. What is it? What was it? Can miss, can confuse. State can confuse, and the missed counter set text state can miss, right? And in the simulation we'll have it here. So score panel, create a score panel, set position of well, basically if it's 400, so 820 something, and 0. So it should be in the top right, for example. So renderer, add score panel, and here we will say score panel update with state, and see how that works. Yeah, it's add object, obviously. So here is our score and everything. So font size could be like a little smaller. Let's do it like 60. Okay. Score panel update is not a function. Interesting. Interesting. So update, self-update. Why though update, score panel update? Don't understand. Score panel update with state. Score panel update is not a function. What is it then? What is it? So add set position visual something something. Wait. Here is an update function. Where is it? What happened? And I'm not ever reading anything. I mean, here it is. The update function. What? Okay, so here is an update. Yeah, here it is with an update function, and here it is without an update function. Wow, and what exactly happened here? I wonder. Oh wait, am I? So it's returning self, and this self is, I see. So to do that right, I need to actually do it like that, I think, and do it to do the update here. So self update equals this, and now it should be fine. Yep. So can confuse, can miss, and so on. So let's so it's absolutely not visible here, I would say. It's more visible here. Okay. So it could be a little bigger, but the actual positions could be a little tighter. So let's say 100 and 200, 150. Okay, so 60 was fine. All right, so this is fine. So paper, glass, compost, and then paper, compost, and glass. So let's multiply the score by 10. I think it's better to be seen like in a greater numbers. I would think. Okay, so okay, fine. That is fine. Compost, paper, and everything. Paper on. Glass. Alright, that's a nice little game, I would say. Now, okay, so we have the loose condition, we have the scoring, we have the simple UI, we even have this pretty nice like wasted filter lerping. Alright, so yeah, let's wrap this session up, and we will continue in the next session. Stay tuned. Session 5. let's begin with it. In this session, we will make the UI, a little bit of a UI. I would like to have like a beginning UI and like this one instead of alert. Just make it a little better. I have some assets in my on one of my projects. I think I will just wait, I don't. That's fine though. Let's just close all that since we don't need it. Let's Google a panel background, something like that. All right, UI background, UI panel background. That's that's not a lot actually. Oh, that's pretty good actually. Let's search on the OpenGame art. For UI. Okay, so browse 2D tags, UI. Oh wow, dungeon crawler. RPG icons. Very nice, I should say. So let's search for UI. No. All right. UI background. That's a good ones. These are good. Well, I don't know, perhaps we can just use like a simple something. Let's see. Like in the base, let's create like, alright, I am lost, alright. Should I create like a I panel background, something like that. So what I do is I will create like a two rectangles of different color, sprite of from image. So graphics is what exactly? what is it? Children of what is a graphics? Why there is no information about that? Oh, it's a container. Well, all right then. I can work with that. So let's just create Pixie graphics right here. So through native lines. Well, let's try out native lines. So how is it made as begin fill, draw rounded rectangle, so line color something, so line style infill, line style will be line width like 3, color of almost, I don't know, almost black, alpha 0.9. Specify the line style, call to graphic method such as line to draw circle method. So now draw rounded rectangle from 0 to hero, width, height, radius of let's say 5, and fill. Right, let's add that in the simulation, or in the score panel, for example. Let's see how well is it. So self add self visual, add child eye panel background. Then as, or should I say just return? Should I return something like that? Get layer and visual. Layer, and I need to set the layer, of course. So this is like a more concrete type, but I think it's a well placed. Okay, I still have GIMP open. I don't want that. This one, not this one. Okay, and return self, please. So in the score panel, I will add to self new eye background, eye panel background with the width of 400 and height of 200, I guess, and we will see how does it look. Not that bad, I guess. Well, all right. So let's work a little on that. So can you please stop that? I mean, don't. Okay, so let's see. Draw rounded rectangle. So the fill is the line style is fine, I guess. We can do it more like that, and 30. So don't do native lines, I guess. Yep, that's more like it. So I think I want it to be whiter. Yeah, something like that. So begin fill with color. So the color should be brighter. And this one so E A something like that. Or not. Maybe it should be grayer than that. So let's see. So let's try this one. Or even this one. I like this one. Okay. So stop it. Okay. So this one. And or even here. A little bit dimmer on the sorry about that. A little bit dimmer on the boundaries. Let's see. Looks like shit. Maybe we should pick some blue. Something I'm not very good at, you know. So let's have like blue here and this one here. I mean, like some purple. Wow, that looks awful. Totally awful. Right. All right, so let's go for this one and even lighter this one. Maybe that will be better. Okay, I almost like the bound now, I guess. All right, that is fine. Okay, no, that's actually very bad. I don't know. I really need something stuck for me. Oh, those are nice buttons. There is nothing here. I mean, how hard can it be? Well, maybe if I draw just a rectangle. Would be water. All right, that should suffice. I can be sitting in it with it the whole day. I mean, silver Crayola. Wonder what is the... Oh, can't see shit on that. On top of that. Yeah, at least that's readable, I guess. Alright, so I will remove that from here. And alright, in the simulation, so there will be a started flag. We will not update. We'll return. Do we have a green sock? No, we don't have it. Do we have time though? Let me check. Well, I think we have. We might have. So let's create new. So start panel. So iPanel background with like a 600 to 400. All right. So self-show. Render layer UI. So self-show renderer, add object self. Renderer, remove object self. Those are really nice buttons. So do I have the buttons somewhere lying around? I think I might have. Okay, so okay, let's download this button. So let's add something here. So let's say that match garbage with proper beans, right? Something like that, simple really. In the middle, set position of 300 and 150. Add self. We need add since it's a container, right? Self add label and const. We need also an I button, I think. So in I button should be almost the same as iVisual. Let me check real quick here. I button. Okay, so this is something basically that I want. So the button is basically like a wrapper around the visual that we have already, right? So here we want to have iVisual button OK flat. And we'll return visual. Exactly. So, and on click, we will do the hide, self hide. Show, then hide. Okay, so I think I would want to be that emitter, and I add the emitter here, simple emitter. So, and on click, I would want self emit okay, all right. So set anchor 0.5 0, set position of 300 and 350, I think. So I will add label and OK button. And I will show it in the score, in the simulation first thing. So start panel, new start panel show, start panel on OK, start panel hide, and then state started true. So or on states if not started, so timescale else state so if state started, state timescale equals 1, or else state timescale, or better yet, do it a ternary. Always do a ternary when you can, so you can be irreplaceable in the project later. That's a wise advice. So state started, or else like 0.2. Let's see. C is not defined. All right. How about that? Cannot read property add object of undefined by default. Texture, that's fine. We'll deal with that later. Simulation 60. What is that? State. I don't want that. No. Okay, so start panel 10. Render add object self. Cannot read property add object of undefined. Of course, because I need to pass renderer inside it. All right. So set position of renderer size x minus self, should I say minus 600 by 2, and also renderer size y minus 400 by 2. Set position is not a function, really. Alright, I will fix that. We also need set position, obviously, for that one. Alright, let's do it like that. Okay, so this is the center. I think it is better to so width of not width, height equals 600 or something like 700. So width, height, width, and height here. Now so Pixie text format, text style. word wrap with. So yeah, word wrap true, word wrap with a I don't know, 700, and font size, let's say 60. And also like wait, I'm sure I can align it with like in the middle. Let me check for my UI factory here. Size fill, size fill, size fill. Get text, UI factory, get text. Let's see it. iText. Interesting. Well, I have these dialogues. Screen tools, utils. What is it? Screen model. Right here. Dialog settings. All right. So drop shadow. Okay, so restart game. Maybe I have a lot of stuff in here. Checkbox text. Word wrap with. Oh, all right. So here it align center. Okay, let's align that. Align center. Great. Interesting. So much garbage with proper beans. Like little more to the side, almost, and yep. And the time scale is too big. Okay, so let's do process assets. So the new button will get through. All right, match the garbage with proper beans. All right. Okay. So this is our UI for the start. Okay. Now let's do the same. Like, let's say dialogues start panel, and we will create lost dialog. We'll copy paste stuff. Lost dialog, right? You are lost, right? So let's set position of a, I would say 150. No, I mean like 80. Text like a score label. So lost dialog will also have like a score input. Your score right, and also have all of this also, since I need it, right? And tanker 5.5, and the position of 304 and 200, let's say. So here we will show it. So new lost dialog, renderer, state, score, show. You are lost. Okay, I need to add that, of course. Add score label. Your score. So let's do it like a little smaller and put it more to the bottom. So this one is okay, but we need like something like restart. So I think I should have a button for that. Like an art for that button. Restart. Yep, here it is. And also back right. So does this look like a share button? And should we even do the share? I don't know. I think we can make it. So let's just download it for now. Button share. So let's reassemble our assets. And this will be button restart flat. And it will be like 100, 350. You are lost. Right, so oh, 330 I think would be better. Okay, so this is restart, basically, right? So on restart, do this, basically, right? This is not okay. This is restart. You are lost. Your score 1. All right. So this is the begin UI and lost UI. It's not pretty, but it's fine for the demonstrational purposes. It's fine. I'm not a designer. I can't do a lot of that stuff. So hopefully you would understand. So let's fixate that on the session 5. Session 5 in progress. So this is it. And join me in the 6th, the last session, where we wrap up the project. We'll polish it a little and wrap it up. See you then. Alright, final session of this course, in which we will be polishing minor things and wrapping up the project. So first thing I want to do is I want to have garbage spinning. So now it just fly, so not happy with the speed also. So I want garbage to spin during the flying cycle. So let me check real quick for the Pixie Sprite how to make the rotation properly, whether it's in degrees or radians. I don't quite remember. So rotation, the rotation of the object in radians. All right, so let's visual rotation will plus equals g. No. So I want to rotate it, let's say half a circle. So half a circle is pi. let's see. All right. All right. That's fine. Could be. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so I want to have, of course, the progression of difficulty. So for that we need like low starting values. These ones are pretty low, I would say. So let's say that when we invalidate state, so let's say difficulty equals 0, and let's while invalidating state, we will say that score level will be something like state score from like 10. So if score level will be greater than difficulty, current difficulty, we will do this. We will add to difficulty, we will add we will improve the param. So we will say params spawn speed will be 20% faster. So it will be 8 and then like 6 and so on. So every 10 seconds is pretty low. I would say that every 5 seconds, for example. Then garbage speed, garbage speed will go up 20% each time. And speed variance will go 10% every difficulty level. Right. So let's check it out on five garbages. So let's catch some compost, some glass, and some glass again. That's compost, paper, glass. No, wait. So now what I want is like no, that is not what I want. I want so what is SRAM? I've kind of tired, so no, that's not what I want. I want like floor, this one, this. Yes, I want this. Score level times 5. No, state score times 5. So if a score limits a certain number, the difficulty increases. new difficulty level. Oh, so state difficulty plus equals 1. So I would say that every 4 seconds and every and a better speed. So composed glass. Let's try like a playthrough and see how it goes. New difficulty level 1. So paper, composed, and paper. You can actually leave it like all right. So this is getting. All right. So every 10 is fine. So that is the progression. Now I'd like to split garbage bins and garbage into layers actually. So let's go to the renderer and so we have like game, but instead let's find the usages of that. So instead of game, we'll have garbage and bins. Here. That's a bundle. That's not what we want. Bins and render layer garbage. All right, and I will remove the game layer. Okay, so now a garbage cannot be before the bin in any case. That's what I wanted to do, right? Then, all right, that was really quick. So that was almost everything I would like to have. So let's try and do maybe the pretty animations. For the UI. Oh no. Well, so I wanted to do a share button here. Well, let's try and see if we actually can do that. So we basically need this. So new tab, link. No, so maybe it's not the Pixie, we'll just need it is a user preference. Okay, so let's modify our lost dialog here and add actually a share button. So button share where. So and in here we actually do something, right? And I will set an anchor of 0, 1, 0, 1 by x, and set position of width minus 100 and 33 decimals, if you can say that. Right, and we'll say window open, I don't know, local host, target blank. Add share. Let's do that. So once again, I will speed up the process. Look at all this garbage. Your score 1. So let's do the share. All right, that's actually fine. So so let's try to do that. Hashtags via something something. Hello world. Okay, text, URL, hashtags. Using the hashtags parameter. All right, that seems simple enough. Let's do that. So we'll open what is it? All right, so text. I've scored I scored this many while sorting garbage. Can you top my result? Right? So like something. Can you top my result? Let's see. I've scored 0 while sorting garbage. Can you top my result? So let me just open my Twitter here. So once again, okay, so I guess it's working. Wow. So, all right. Everything on Twitter is more interesting though than this, but you know, while sorting garbage, and that's understandable. Let us roll that on Firebase. I will create a new project. So I have a previous project crawler live here, and I will also create live edu garbage sort in, right? Accept everything. Let's do that. Let's do this shit. Okay, I will not include like the settings of the Firebase and everything into the resulting project, since it's bounded to my account specifically. So, but it's pretty simple really. You need to install the Firebase tools and then do this, like Firebase login. Okay, so I'm logged in, and then I do Firebase init on the project. Okay, I will do hosting, and I will select what project do I need, and that is live edu garbage sorting. What do you want to use as your public directory? It's build. Yes. Do not override. All right. So Firebase deploy. All right, deploy complete. And let's see if it's working. Yeah, it's working. Let me open it from my phone and check it out. So, oh my god, the sounds. So, live edu garbage sorting dot firebase app .com. Let's see. Let's look at it. Looks like I have some kind of exception here, or perhaps just a poor connection to the mobile network. Oh no, I have everything in place. Okay, so, and even the Twitter share works, actually. That is quite nice, I should say. That's quite nice. All right. Okay, so we will copy that. Can you top my result? Challenge me at this. So let's see if the link parses. Challenge me at All right, seems fine. So that is fine. We will do Firebase deploy again. So the updated version is okay. Okay, so I guess something just got cached. All right, so let's return the original settings that is possible to play with. Okay, so there is paper and everything, glass. All right, let me deploy that, like the last thing. Right, so those are Firebase settings. I will not commit them. I'll say that this is session 6, and we'll leave the so let's check this out. Okay, so challenge me here. Now so this is the old version, obviously. So cached images and files, let's clear that. Load a new one. All right, that's more like it. Pew, pew. Well, you can't hear it because I disabled the desktop audio. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, let me open that on my phone. Where is it? Alright, I still have the older version. So can I clear that? Not sure. I will open it in like incognito mode. That should do the trick. So it's loading now. I have a poor mobile network connection for some reason. Don't know. Alright, match garbage with proper bins. Okay, so paper here and paper there and everything. What about the sound? Alright, where is the sound? Wink, wink. Alright. And I will share that on Twitter just to embarrass myself. Yep, here it is. Alright, so this is it for the project. So I think that we did everything that we were intending to. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, and see you later in other tutorials.